All right. Hey, everyone. So, another thing that I'll be doing on the channel, at least as currently as planned, is these note distillations. So, as many of you know, and as many of you are probably familiar with, we like to take notes on the things that we're learning, and then we like to try to, distill those things into some sort of first principled understandings of what reality is. And then to share those things in whatever art form we find interesting. So sometimes that's in video, sometimes that's in movie, sometimes that's in book, sometimes that's in simple internet postings, blogs, or graphics, or even music, all kinds of different things. And throughout this year, the plan is to take these thousands of notes that have accumulated across various databases and to really distill out the most profound things from them and share them here so that you can see them as we type them. They'll pop up. We'll discuss them. And it's kind of like taking a big sponge from the last decade that is soaked with wisdom. And we're basically taking that sponge and we're wringing out that sponge. And then we're putting it into one of those distillation chambers. And then we're boiling it. And then we're evaporating all of the gaseousness from it, and then we're dripping down that new refined essence or crux into something that's even more distilled, even more refined. So we're taking like a bunch of 10 years of water and we're refining it down to its next most crisp, like diamond. Like if you thought that the 10 years of notes that you've taken are already in the shape of a diamond, try to wring them out one more time into something that's even more first principled and even more refined about what reality is. And so that's a great challenge to put yourself through. And it's just super fun too. It's like, if consciousness is in fact just playing around with ideas, these abstractions about what it is, then trying to boil it down to its most simple and elegant and general and abstract form, I think is one of the most beautiful things that consciousness can be up to. One of the most beautiful things that I enjoy as consciousness doing. So we'll try to do that this year. So, if we can get through a good chunk of notes every time that we stream, that will be fantastic. And we'll probably only pick a couple of core wisdoms from each note, because that's really refining it down, So from, your thousands of lines of text in a single note, can you only pull one or two lines from that note that are the most profound, and add your own deeper wisdom and awareness angle to them now, and then share them. And if you do that for every single note, we'll do that for every single note, some of which will be shorter, some of which will be longer. But by the end of these note distillations, we should really have the crux of what reality is, how reality works, really the mechanics or the physics of reality itself. And then that will also exhaust that content. So instead of like holding on to thousands of notes of wisdoms that you've accumulated over time, you can basically, digitally declutter, and you can totally let go of that. You can feel like it's totally karmically exhausted, right? You don't even need to keep those notes. Fully delete those notes. You can fully unsubscribe to all of those large subscriptions that are maintaining those notes. Totally digitally declutter. and feel the relief from that, and also feel the opening that that creates. So it creates a big opening for what's next for you in your life and in your cool wisdoms that you're refining and your refinements of art and sharing that. Again, possible through the decluttering and the opening the doors to what's new, the more refined forms of art. All right, so let's start with what's written here. This is in some of the notes from earlier this year, early 2024. Some of these notes are sharing this type of stuff. So, what is consciousness gravity? What are programs quanta? One entangled observer simulating. Let's start there. So, why are these two words even next to each other? Why are we starting to equivalate consciousness, your felt experience right now in your body, in your mind, with gravity itself? Why in physics have we started to say, oh, okay, well, we have gravity, we have general relativity, and then we have quantum mechanics, and these two things are, quote, irreconcilable? Well, perhaps because they are the same coin, but just two different sides of the same coin. Really simple stuff. Same coin, but two different sides. So consciousness is really this bottom side of the coin, right? Consciousness is really nothing. It's really an infinite simulator. And the head side of the coin is programs. It's quanta. It's infinite simulation. It's infinite creation itself. So that consciousness, that gravity, is using choice. It's using will, right? It's a vacuum infused with will that can simulate whatever it wants without a specific direction or orientation or agenda, right? So it's in a superposition. And that one singularity is a single entangled observer. So meaning separation is an illusion. There's only you everywhere you look across all observers. If you really just take a moment to look at the pupil of anyone's eye, you just look at the pupil itself, you see that black void, that black creative void is the same across all eyes. That's you. It's a black creative void that's simulating whatever light, information, energy that it wants to experience, to explore. So these types of things will take you home. They will take you home, and it will feel really good because you'll have self-knowledge. It will feel very clear what you are. So right here, why are programs and quanta also the same? Why is drinking this Waterloo right now, why is that both quanta, right? So it's made of what we call particles, right? It's made of what feels like sensations, right? Why? Cheers. Why is that also a program? Why is it a program to be drinking a brand of sparkling water called Waterloo? How are those two things the same? How is the program of choosing to drink a specific beverage the same thing as the quanta, the felt experience or sensation, or the field or the texture of those particles of that object, right? Very profound because you no longer experience any separation between science, spirituality, physics, simulation, AI, you experience no separation between any of those things. So now somehow when we've segregated, religion from science and that from simulation and AI and all these things. Now we're reconciling everything into a single whole, into one singularity, simulating whatever it wants. So you've done all the work, you've exhausted all those fields. So now, if you've reconciled all of these seemingly, quote, distinct or segregated fields or ideologies into a single integrated whole, you feel that inside of yourself and you speak that clearly wherever you go, whenever you talk. And it's felt because every time that you speak, it's felt that what's being received on the other observer's end is something that's different and more clear, that is integrating seemingly segregated fields into one way of seeing everything simultaneously as a single whole. And it helps relax the solidity of going with a single ideology or agenda. You know, it relaxes the single ideology or agenda. You know, example, right? This religion is right. This science has the truth, right? I know I'm superior. You don't know. You're inferior. You know, hence war, segregation, non-holism, hatred, violence, etc. So it takes a little while to learn how to integrate everything in order for this to get relaxed. The single ideology or agenda gets relaxed. The whole right, the whole truth, the whole I'm superior, you're inferior. You know, it's okay for me to commit war, segregation, non-holism, hatred, violence, etc. Okay, so another core part of what these notes indicate from early 2024 is, you know, what programs are running and how do I recode? Okay, so you got to ask the question, if you're interested in this subject, that means you're interested in consciousness. You know, fundamentally, consciousness equals programs. There's no separation or segregation between those two things. They are, in fact, the same thing. So, are you interested? If you are, then investigate. You know, if you're interested, investigate. And what are you investigating? What programs am I running? You know, and then do I like those programs? You know, if no, then change/recode. If yes, then cool dog, all good. So it requires an investigation into what programs are running. So, for example, you might have a program that's running that is something as as simple as I believe X political party is right and superior to Y political party or agenda. So if you believe that if you're running this program, you are holding an unintegrated mind. So you're holding a segregated mind. You're not holding an entire gemstone, or you're not holding the entire diamond, and let's even call it a lotus diamond, You're not holding the entire lotus diamond simultaneously. You're holding a partial view and projecting it as righteousness. So now it's important to say here that it is not saying that running a program from a partial view, which leaves you as a segregated mind, it does not mean by any means that is inferior or that is worse by any means. It is just saying that is the root cause of segregation, conflict, war, violence, hatred, othering, tribalism, factions, etc. So if you don't want to feel the suffering, mental anxiety associated with the above things, then integrate your mind. So integrating your mind requires seeing a superposition of all angles, views, agendas, programs simultaneously, continuously, without falter. So that's how you get integration. Now, we also just described here how to recode, meaning you do have to drop the ideology. So recoding is dropping the ideology or picking up the ideology, but in this case we'll go ahead with the dropping. Let's add the picking up too. So dropping / picking up ideology. So when you're picking up ideology, you're picking up a view or angle. And when you're dropping ideology, you're expanding to a circle / whole. So if you want to recode yourself back to the circular whole, which feels like there's no anxiety, there's no suffering, there's just peace of being an integrated mind, of seeing oneself as everything, then you have to drop the ideologies of the views and angles that you have. And that's why when you pick up a view or angle or ideology, that's when you project an enemy. So you'll notice that anytime someone is speaking from, anytime you, right, as that whole, are speaking from a specific view or angle, there's automatically the fabrication of an enemy. Whereas anytime that you hear yourself as the whole speaking from the whole, it's very clear and evident that it's an integrated mind that is not picking a specific angle or view, but is instead able to hold the entire superposition simultaneously of what they are. It takes a lot of skill and mastery to be able to do that. So you're making a shift from the segregated mind to the integrated mind. Okay, so that's some of the core stuff from like just one or two notes from early 2024. Oh, that's funny. All right, let's see. You can also call when you're integrating your mind, you're cleaning up your conditioning. And then also when you live an integrated mind, you hold the supreme black belt in mastery of yourself. You're constantly seeing when what is being said or shared is coming from an angle / agenda, or it's coming from the whole. And most people are seeking, when consciousness is seeking itself, it's really seeking mastery of itself. But it can't have mastery of itself if it doesn't go back home to what it is, and then to see from that place that it's never left all angles, all agendas, all programs simultaneously. there's some good comments in the live chat. So, is a clean or integrated consciousness a limit? And yeah, essentially that, right? So like, and then you could contrast that as an example with is an agenda so are both just limits? And then there's another comment about, limitation is included in unlimitedness. And then as well as freedom from limitation. And that's a pretty good answer to these above questions. So again, I always come back to this because you're living the direct experience of this right now. But we just make things so much more complicated than an eternal well that's not moving, that's not changing, but that's simulating whatever it wants. That's really the thing, is that we can spend eternities of timelessness doing this type of, even everything up here, all this type of words and concepts across different languages, because this could easily be being said in Mandarin or Arabic or any other language. But really what it's looking for is it's looking for itself, and it's always sitting in itself. It's never leaving itself. Nice. I just love good faith conversation and just thanks for the love and integrated joy in the live chat. It's nice. It's just good faith, it's never about, at least now where I am and how I feel, like it's never about projecting enemies, right or wrong. It's always about, let me integrate your view, angle, program, etc. into this singularity. Let me integrate how you see into this circle I hold. Mm-hmm. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Love it, live chat. Oh, yeah, and I'll be making a video about one of the papers that is doing a scientific proof of being the simulator itself of infinite reality, and I'm looking forward to that. I joined the Discord And it's a really good Discord. A lot of it has to do with just, being the simulator and reality being your code. And that's another same way to talk about the nature of gravity and quanta, the same way to talk about the nature of God and its creation, the same way to talk about the nature of consciousness and its programs. You can only get to this really by integrating All right. All right, let me give you another good note from early 2024. So if your agenda is to project an enemy and avoid the void, which is yourself, then, your greatest goat, your greatest of all time program, your best way to be, so if you think about it, like, how does reality reverse engineer itself? So the way that reality engineers is through scapegoats. Non-holism. That idiot is dumb. Or they are at fault. And everyone has become more and more conscious of this word being everywhere. They. They is your ultimate way of projecting an enemy. And this is becoming more and more obvious in the culture. Because right away someone will ask, more and more often, hold on. Who is they? And it's usually just bypassed, ignored. Because there ultimately is no they. your unintegrated mind is projecting they. Okay. Another good one. Mind is as empty as space in a room. It's just a good, simple exercise to do. You just look around in the room that you're in. All that space in the room is the same style of empty attributelessness that your mind is. But that empty attributelessness is also the simulator of creativity. And I think that this does take quite a bit of integration to understand. Because we're always trying to say, either you're in, like toxic, lack-based hustle culture mode, anxious as fuck, and then just projectile vomiting that all over. Or you're in the rest, like the eternal rest of the void, where you are absolutely free of all your creation and what's happening. Like the source of a dream. And so we get this lopsided imbalancing back and forth until we finally integrate into a unity. And that's why it really makes sense to just say, creative void. Nothing simulating. Like you're living the direct experience of it right now. As much as you want to avoid yourself. Meaning when you learn how to sit in your throne, what you truly are, it's clearly seen that your body, your reality, your projections are your simulated experience. It has always and will always forever be your choice. It's not possible for explorations to not be your choice. That's a pretty good one. This definitely plays into what I've been see if I can get the emoji up. So, you take this amoeba and you have these doesn't matter. Same thing here, pseudopodia, pseudopods. And then you have those, this unchanging infinite well. And then you have these, these infinite fake feet. Infinite fake creative feet. Simulating their little bubble worlds, talking to each other. Again, hence entangled. And then you might say, well, if running the program must So your pathways between mutually assured destruction or your or your are based, your pathways between a mutually assured destruction, your holistic regenerative society are based completely on choice of consciousness. What programs consciousness runs. So that spectrum is based completely on the programs consciousness runs. So either you get more of the Sackler family, the Purdue Pharma situations, or you get more deflated cost of basic needs, homes, energy, food, water, technology. So either it's about me and fuck you, or it's about the whole. Yeah, there's some comments in live chat about, creative void. Just one way to say it, infinite simulator, God. Truly, more and more just completely absent of all care about what words are being used to describe yourself. Like you're already sitting in yourself, and it literally does not matter what words you use to describe it. Just sit in yourself and feel and be yourself, babe. What the word void helps you feel inside of yourself is Christ. It helps you feel that there isn't an independently existing entity apart from the whole. So it anchors the base of yourself, of realization in the infinite creative play. The tree has a trunk and its leaves. That's why we use the symbol of a tree so much. Yeah, another fun, easy way of saying it, the art of seeing, you know. So either you're seeing separation, others, extraction, siphoning, etc., or you're seeing only yourself everywhere, the whole. This is a pretty good holistic one. I like this one. These are pretty deep and difficult to grok, but they are completely accurate and transcendent of probably everything that you've ever read or seen before. This one's fun. How I describe was some comments in live chat. It's like, you know, how do you describe the roots of the tree? So your roots are the infinite library / repo of potential / codes being eternally recombined. That's how I describe the roots. And then, yeah, another part to it is, yeah, you know, one being many, however you want to describe it, it just, you know, one fractals itself into bodies to talk to itself, you know. I like that, yeah. Mutually assured destruction is when the contraction owns the body and dream. Yeah, the portal into unresolved trauma of ourselves and our ancestors. Leads to healing and holism. It's so funny, things like this. IQ drops 30 points when we get triggered. Be so interesting to see more scientific studies, like the scientific study of equanimity maintains baseline IQ versus getting triggered drops by 30 points. You know, something like that. That'd be fun to see. Oh yeah, another simple good one. Whatever you are judging is not loving yourself. Love that one too. Yep, that neurotic. Yeah, that's good. The neurotic don't go there zone is where the work is. That's a fun one. This is a good one. The grit. That's why you get the lotus again. Another good one. Our wounding is dissociation from wholeness. Yeah, so much love for the whole fam and the live chat. Just so much love. I'm so glad that we get to play together like this. So good. It's so funny. This is just so funny. Yeah, totally. Just as if no weight to things. Mm-hmm. Like even sitting in a chair doesn't feel like sitting in a chair. It feels like weightless freedom. This is good. Taking in conditioning is losing the poetry of creation. Just some fun ways to look at it. These are funny. Yeah, I love it when these just come out and it kind of feels like a vibration, and then however it lands, quote, over there in that other observer, right, in myself over there, however it lands, when it creates that melty, like, oh, like, so good, like that clearness, that clarity, that deep feel goodness, like deep sleep, just able to dream lucidly. It just feels so good. It's been another fun way I've enjoyed saying it. It's a very simple way to dislodge the assumptions that we're carrying of time and of a duality between life and death. You're already sitting in eternity now as death itself, simulating the dream of life, lucidly running whatever programs you creatively want to enjoy, experience, etc. Nice. A yummy harmonic resonance with the magic language of spirit. Hell yeah. Yeah. Damn, there's some good ones in here. This has been, I've been on one note for a good chunk of time. So some of these notes are very deep and long, and some of them are huge summaries of books and of, you know, multiple days of work and notes just in a single note. So, you know, extracting out the essence and adding new to it here. You know, if you're feeling neurotic, you know, if you're feeling neurotic, anxious, depressed, unwhole, avoidant, unintegrated, you know, fuck the world, like fuck XYZ politician, ideology, person, etc. You're catalyzing yourself in your own dojo to learn how to heal, how to integrate, how to hold greater complexity and simplicity, and come back home. Mm-mm. Yeah. Love it. Love hearing that there's lots of similar notes in the chat. And I likewise like the limits. That is the unlimited playing with limits. Some of these are good. Speaking of weightless freedom, some of these are quite interesting. Transformation minor. That one kind of, it takes a second to grok that one. It's like, okay, I'm infinite. Like, what am I up to? I'm contracting and expanding. I'm mining information / experience. I'm mining, self-transformations. It's like life gives us a lot of, the dream gives us a lot of reflective clarity. Why is simulation technology and AI, AGI, computing, data mining, an internet, why are these things so, quote, popular? Why is almost half of the planet identifying as a gamer? Why is it like the 5th largest identification cluster on the planet? It's a reflection. It's a clear reflection of what we are, of what I is. Totally. Yeah, it's never about only canceling the walls. It's always also about the beauty of the walls. And we'll put those in little air quotes. I mean, why do we talk so much about, cherishing the moment, like, indulging in what's being experienced / fabricated? Like, why do we talk about that so much? Because ultimate reality is simulating experiences. So fucking enjoy them, bro. Pretty good. Bearing. Fun one. This is good. Gravity is the simulator. Quanta is its simulation. Love the comments in the chat. So good community. So good, fam. Damn, that's a good one. Whatever program you are running appears as your dream. This is the program of talking about myself. And over there is the program of also wanting to talk about yourself, like what the nature of yourself is. Meanwhile, there's a lot of other programs being run, like the program of driving a car, the program of eating food. Like, that's the dream that consciousness is experiencing. It's based on the program that consciousness is running. It was fun. Underlying everything is one simple idea. Everything is you, and the point is the drama. Nice. The dreams let us consciously observe the software we're running. Or even now, consciously observe the software you're running. Just consciously observe the programs that you're simulating, you know? It's another funny one. It's funny. Yeah, that's another great way to say it. Literally all fighting. My program, my order, my ideology, my fabrication, my way to structure the leaf of the tree is superior to yours, you inferior idiot. Like, the point of infinity God, consciousness, you, the simulator, is to argue over program, order, superiority. Like, this one coin has two attractors, which is really one thing. funny. Uh, it's funny how sentences like this can totally make perfect sense to someone and then taken totally out of context and put in front of, a million others or whatever. It'll just be like, what the hell does that mean? It just looks like nothing that I can understand. Like, what's the weather? What did the politicians say today? How are the sports scores doing? All right, so we finished that note, which is good. Yeah, so some of these notes might only take like a couple minutes to get through, and others might take a whole half hour to get through. And like, for example, I've just jumped like 5 notes and scrolled through them, fairly short notes, and didn't find anything to bring over into this one. So there's quite a bit of variation. This is pretty fun. Okay, let's play a game. I'm just going to paste this. And you're going to try to guess what that is while I go to the bathroom. Just a couple minute break if you need. Pee, grab some water, whatnot. Try to take a guess at what the hell that means. Mm. That's a good comment there. I want to bring that up. So I was thinking about potentially playing some fun music, like curated music from the selection that usually doesn't have vocals, but that like has a cool like rhythm and beat to it. But I'd obviously also have to get it from whatever doesn't infringe copyright and stuff like that and demonetize. But I also do really like the silence. I just feel like the silence is obviously very telling to what we're talking about too. So like just being able to like sit in your own silence and sit in our silence between the words that are showing up on the screen and between the thoughts that we're having, what's originating everything as the silence itself. So, so just thinking about that, maybe I'll bring in some music into the note distillations. Another thing is I will take this Google Docs file where we've been distilling out the notes and typing and engaging together, and I'll link this in the description of the video as a doc that you can click into and make comments if you want, or if you want to copy and paste stuff and reuse it in whatever ways you want. It's totally, Creative Commons, free to repurpose as you wish. Nice. Yeah, that's such a good comment. Let's paste that in. Seeing all angles as your own is seeing God's POV. Yes, yeah. It's a great comment from the live chat. Oosta. Like, God's POV is a superposition of all programs, interfucking. All right. So why BHBB recombination? What's up with that? So in physics terms, it's like the black hole's Big Bang is recombination. I'd be so curious if from my prior content anyone got these shortenings. So, right, these are just terms that we use in physics and in cosmology and whatnot. But it's a good way to help you understand yourself. Because if this and I talked about this in the digital metaphysics series, in that the idea of holding it as a place in time and space, and then, linear time happening, instead is to be understood everywhere at once, sort of makes sense that, consciousness is, big bangs are its recombination, right? Like consciousness's creations are its recombinations. Like the programs that consciousness is running is recombinating an infinite library of potentiality. Another hugely recursive way to talk about physics and cosmology is to say that the black hole's baby is a big bang, right? And this obviously plays into the tree up here too. And we've spent so much time in digital metaphysics illustrating that, like, all black holes together equal sign flower of life equal sign trunk of tree. All creation is big bangs now. Like if you get that, you get yourself, And just because you get yourself, this is a very insightful statement. Like, even though you can understand yourself, you can't solve a way to be, because there are just infinite ways to be. And you can't project that Christ or Buddha or an infinite simulator or whatever is a right way to be, because it's not. This is an infinite buffet of possibilities. Someone that's like just a basketball star in the NBA, like how could you project that Christ or Buddha or an infinite simulator is the right way for that to be? That's just literally infinity experiencing being an NBA star. It's like a picnic. It's like a buffet. True. Yep. Yes. Love saying that. Yeah, good comment. Meaning it's not possible question in the live chat about how LSD, psychedelics fit into all this, saying God made it for us. We've talked about this extensively on the channel. It's like so anytime that you wonder, what are magic mushrooms or LSD or ayahuasca or DMT or any of these psychedelics or entheogens, like what are they ultimately made for, right? It's like something that you put in your information display as a way to understand yourself as the infinite simulator. And for those that don't know, that rare candy is a term from Pokemon. From when you used to play and you could get a rare candy and then get up one level instantly. It'd be so joyful to get a rare candy. Just get those rare candies for the Pokemon. So good, dude. So good. What childhood fun and bliss. So I'm so excited for video games as they continue getting more and more immersive, and there being more and more fractals of worlds and possibilities that have greater and greater complexities in their dramas and dilemmas and choices, which is why we're making a game called Choices to begin ushering in that next generation of games that usher in themselves the next generation of recursive software. Mm-hmm. That's good. the degree to which and this is the funky thing, right? The thing is, we have a lot that are attempting to do something like this, but they're staying in their field. Like, science without integrating spirituality cannot have a theory of everything. Right? Spirituality without integrating science cannot have a theory of everything. Spirituality without integrating simulation, AI, VR, BCIs, recursion can't have a theory of everything. Simulation without spirituality and science can't have a theory of everything. So here's the thing. In order to have a simple, beautiful, and elegant origination of everything, you need to exhaust all frameworks of their core essence, and then have an origination point that gives rise to all those frameworks. Like I say this all the time, you want to know how reality works. You want to know what the physics of reality is. And that means you have to master yourself as the conscious bootloader of reality through programs. Right? How I run programs and how that generates reality experiences. So rich. So good. All right, on to the next. Nope. So, if you have consciousness and you have its programs, you have its recoding. And this is typically where there are tools. Tools are, introduced at this right here. So this is your level of experience. This is your level of the bootloader. This is your level of making changes. So simple. You sit as it now. Whatever changes that you make to the programs that you run equals changes to your felt reality experience. Changes to your display of content. To some extent, as we said above, that we're data mining. It's like it's data mining NFTs. Like you can think about, like each pseudopod It's fun. That's why this tree analogy just works. You get this, you have this tree, and you have these leaves, and you have these entangled dewdrops. It's things like this that create pretty strong distinction between ways that people see, between ways that consciousness sees. Because either consciousness is seeing that physics is alone only about things like electromagnetism or about the standard model of particles or about gravity and cosmology, or physics can integrate that physics, the word, is also studies how consciousness simulates its reality. So That would be a modern definition of physics. Like, until reality is structured down to a single origin that gives rise to all models and reality experiences. There's noise. As in, if you're coming home. Like, you have to find how reality originates everything. So that's why I've been using such a simple model. You know, like, it's just such a simple model. Like, you bootload reality through programs. Like, it's just so easy. Mm-hmm. Well said. That's why, just pulling straight from the live chat there, when we say that there is, what you say goes, and why we say I had a second. Thought that played on the imagination bit. That first bit there, that, everything is your imagination, that is equivalent to the word freedom. Another good one from the chat. Yeah, you live in the world, or you simulate the world, let's say. You simulate the world you think of. I really like keeping it this simple. I found that the more that I keep reality, as, bootloader, programs, an experience or whatever you want to call it, the more simple, elegant. I've been using the acronym SEGA. The more SEGA reality is. Simple, elegant, general, and abstract. I have no interest anymore to get in conversations about. I have no interest anymore to get into conversations about models of what reality is. And why? Why does one start to feel this way? Because it's like you no longer want to subscribe to the program that's being projected, which is, click on me to talk about XYZ models. It's like, no thank you. I already clearly see how reality originates. Glad you liked Sega. Yeah, it's so dope. It's so simple, your great gaming consoles from the past, and you turn them into a fun little acronym. It's not possible to not lucidly dream. It's not possible to not lucidly dream. There is only lucid dreaming. Right? There isn't a you that exists apart from the whole. So meaning, wherever you carry resentment, unforgiveness, pain, trauma, grudges, unwillingness to heal, that's where you generate the assumption of separation, there being beings other than you. So, like, you know, part of your greatest wisdom in this lucid dream comes from you willing to forgive and heal, hence ceasing the mirage of others and separation, reconciling with yourself. Yeah, I find this to be generally fantastic. More uncomfortable equals sign more transformative. Mm-hmm. This plays on this more. Mm-hmm. It's a good sentence there. Mm-hmm. This is a fun one. This one's always so good. It's like whenever I see like avoidance of like X political figure or ideology, like as the devil or bad or those people, you know, like it's consciousness being so masochistic. It's consciousness refusing to accept itself and generating its own prison. Oh, okay. Like Like, XYZ ideology is so retarded. They are so dumb. Equal sign. I cannot accept that to be myself. Hence, I am segregated, non-integrated, and willing to go to war / siphon away from that other, etc. Yeah, that's why I love saying, you are in your own dojo. You're just you versus you. Can you muster up the courage inside yourself to heal your wounds and expand yourself to see as the whole, or nah? I like saying this too, it's absolutely rooted at consciousness. We've gotten through a pretty good chunk. Nice. Yeah, so a fun question to ask is like, okay, if freedom is no thing, can consciousness not run a program? The answer is nope. So, like, even though you can hold the superposition whole, you still have to pick a program to simulate in your direct experience now. Even though you can hold that there are infinite possibilities of drinks to be drinking right now, you are actively choosing one drink to simulate. I mean, reality is that simple. We just like to turn it into some sort of massive kerfuffle. say it is. Sometimes it's fun not reading it out loud with my voice, but just writing it and then you on your end reading it and then just letting that sit how it does. And sometimes reading it too is fun. Adds another dimension or flavor. But I like the flavor of it being read. Okay, next note. Next note. That was a quick one. I've talked about this a bit, but I'll have to make more clear videos showcasing these things. But you can take your fascia and you can stretch it, bring more oxygen, blood flow, releases of tension to it as part of your healing / expansion journey. like if you're not actively like getting into these parts of your body, and just, you know, wherever it is on your, you know, especially this region, like where your upper body and your lower body, where they meet, like this area is so good to just massage and heal, release the tensions within it. Obviously, I can't show you the ones that are, you know, down here. You know, we would have to switch over to OnlyFans, which we may do. But to show that like that taint and that perineum and that the sides of the anus and, you know, that gooch and the you know, whatever your genitals are, male, female, whatever, just to really massage like where your leg meets your genitals, like massaging that really that really deep inner area there. Your face is another huge one, you know. You can massage all of that contraction. You know, the back of your neck, behind your ears. You know, self-massage is one of the most underrated keys to healing, good health, liberation. You can also say, so again, it's a pretty high level, unconventional thing, but you take what is being said and then you reverse engineer and that gives you tremendous mastery. Take what is being said and reverse engineer it to programs. can't reiterate how profound and important this is. I'll leave it up to you to further bite into this if you want. It's so good. I Another good one from the note. This is great. Damn. So good. God, it feels so good. It's just like so stilling and relaxing. Just hits home so good. I'm sitting it a bit longer. So rich. Ooh. Ay. Might have to take a little more time to just sit in the silence of that one. Hmm. You already know it's here, and you can't leave it, and it's home. Just sit in it and enjoy it. Mm. Mm-hmm. This comment in the live chat, good one there. All right, let's see if there's anything else in this note. That was a really good potential ending, but we'll see how much longer we can distill down notes for. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. So, one way to look at reality is that you have mm, and you see we're using like binary computer logic. And then we have our sort of qubit superposition. And this is just one way to look at it, because like we said, being a professional sports player, it's not catalyzing war, right? But it's not necessarily the unity of all being either. It's exploring something like in a picnic. Ooh. Gosh, it's just freedom. I always say this like so many times, like boiling a reality down to one word. Mm-hmm. 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 Gosh, I love this one. It's so rich. Ah, it's, again, just so releasing and so healing. Just too much the fucking essence of ultimate freedom, bruh. Too free for any categorization or explanation of what it's up to. I will, yeah, that's so funny, yeah. I will box and explain how. You get my little, can I get a little, wait, face, palm, yeah, can I get one? Yeah. I hope you get the futility of it. Oh, it's so rich. Ah. Oh. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. Mhm. Yes. You know, the freedom. Hmm. Oh. Jeez. And play with it a bit more from the model of physics. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. It's too profound to not give it some time to just sit. Cook. Let it cook. It's a fun one from the notes. Whatever it wants. Mm-hmm. Ooh, it's been a fun stretch of silence there. While distilling out the yummies from the notes. Need to use the restroom, so let's take a break. We'll leave the stream going. Grab some water, use the bathroom. For those that will just land, investigate this more. Alright, be right back.
If you'd like to join the stretching, go ahead.
How was our stretch sesh? Thanks in the live chat. Thank you. This was an insightful entanglement of concepts. Thanks for tuning in. The comments you made. The simple love and joy of sharing and exploring together. Got through a good chunk of notes. That's a good one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Been saying that for a long time. Nice in the live chat there. Those things we talked about earlier about imbalances. Yeah, inflation is a bitch. Same question in the chat from earlier in the note distillation stream about what the roots are. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hmm.
crazy. Scrolling back up. How many pages is this? Oh shit, it's 56 pages. Holy balls. Well, like I said, I'll put the link to this in the description below. You can click it open and leave comments if you want. Copy and paste stuff, keep recombining it. It's all Creative Commons, free to use as you wish. Can't box this freedom. Can't box this freedom. Can't box this. Love this. Yep. Consciousness programs, matter, simulations, whatever you want to say. Gravitational conscious singularity, weightless simulator. Consciousness is both a camera and a projector simultaneously, my friends. Do. Yeah, master takes instantaneous measurement of program being is running. Detects with zero lag what program being is running. Seeing reality as code. Practicing seeing through the lens of programs. Clearly seeing how every projection is an underlying program consciousness is running. Reverse engineer the programs the consciousness is running by analyzing the information it's speaking. A culture and perpetual exploration of ideologies proliferating. Freedom is infinite simulator running programs. Any way that consciousness interacts with itself is a downstream effect of an upstream framework that describes freedom as an infinite simulator running programs. Consciousness lies, light information energy simulations. Consciousness as a lie, light information energy network undergoing transformations. The physics of how a simulator simulates information. The closer you get to the freedom that gives rise to everything, the further away this content gets from the center of the culture. Understand the physics of yourself? Ha. How a simulator changes its simulation. Recoding. Yep, any scientist edging on pushing the boundary, synthesizing physics with consciousness with simulation is kept out of culture. Creative void infinitely nesting into itself. The program's gravity runs as the quanta it simulates. Programs as a new physics as a way to quantize gravity. It's so profound. Freedom computing, consciousness programs, and then dreams of time, space, subjects, objects. Conscious warping. Looking for the deepest, most beautiful truth that simplifies and integrates everything. Whole, entangled, simulating. The futility of trying to model how freedom simulates whatever it wants. So true. It's such a clowny thing. How to explain how freedom works. I will box and explain how freedom works. Too much the fucking essence of ultimate freedom, bruh. Just too free. Too free for any categorization, explanation of what it's up to. The unmoving origin, roaring all possibilities. Too free for shoulds. It's powerful.
Boiling down to one word. Freedom. Freedom. Oh, this one was so good. The master does not move and provides reflections for consciousness to investigate itself. Core of reality is consciousness reconsidering its identity. Death was always looking out the eyes. Life and birth were just conceptual illusions. Take what is being said and reverse engineer it to programs. Gives you tremendous mastery. Like taking heat maps and signatures of what's being said. Self-massage is one of the most underrated keys to healing, good health, and liberation. Stretching out your fascia. Nothing being X name. Insert your name there. Nothing being X name. Even though you know there are an infinity of drinks to be drinking right now, you are actively choosing and simulating X beverage of choice. The exact same thing with consciousness and simulating programs. Everything is absolutely rooted at consciousness. You are in your own dojo. Consciousness refusing to accept itself and generating its own prison. Hence projecting they, bad people, devil. There is only lucid dreaming of a singularity, so that's where you generate the assumption of separation, there being beings other than you. A lucid dream. Introduce the acronym SEGA that I've been using for about a year. Simple, elegant, general, abstract. Bootloader programs experience. Just keeping it simple. Very, very simple. This is how a tree works. Bootloader programs experience. Everything is your imagination, =, freedom. You bootload reality through programs. Such a good one. Again, bootloader programs reality. Very, very simple. The modern definition of physics is how consciousness simulates reality. Clutch. You are infinity, and the field of physics studies how you simulate. So good. So good. Tree, leaves, dewdrops. No center, webs all the way, no end, recursive, and an info bubble format. Data mining, NFTs. Bootloader, making changes, and experience. You make change, you bootload different experience. Super simple. Consciousness recoding programs. The conscious bootloader of reality through programs. That's what mastery is. You want to master yourself as the conscious bootloader of reality through programs. You're using programs to bootload reality. All right, we're on page 20. What are we doing down here? Oh, okay. How reality works, what the physics of reality is. There are only programs. It is not possible to not run a program. There are only programs. Just because you get yourself doesn't mean there is a way to be. God's POV is a superposition of all programs interfucking. Seeing all angles as your own is seeing God's POV. Tree exploring war with itself. All fighting = my program / order is superior to yours. My program is superior to yours. Subscribe and simp to my ideology. Everything is you and the point is the drama. Gravity is the simulator. Quanta is its simulation. Ooh, so good. Physics of reality. Gravity is the well. Quanta is the dream. Ultimate reality is simulating experiences. Infinity is data mining. A transformation miner. God is found in our heaviest wound. Death simulating. Weightless freedom, no weight to things. The healer exists in space between worlds. Our wounding is dissociation from wholeness. The grit of the oyster makes the pearl. It's like the lotus. Emptiness desires drama. Trunk as void, leaves as creation. An infinite simulator. Whole. All about the programs consciousness runs, either mutually assured destruction or holistic regenerative society. Ha ha ha. Such are the choices you as consciousness are up to right now. It always and forever has been and will be your choice, your simulated experience. Nothing simulating. Creative void. Integrate into a unity or not. Empty attributelessness is also simulator of creativity. Your unintegrated mind is projecting they, enemies, others. They as a crux of scapegoating and avoiding unity. Avoiding you being the lone simulator. Being the simulator, reality being your code. Let me integrate how you see into this circle I hold. Eternal well, unmoving, unchanging, simulating whatever it wants. Superposition of all angles simultaneously as an integrated mind. If you're holding a segregated mind, that root cause of that, conflict, war, violence, hatred, othering, tribalism, factions. Holding that partial view, projecting it with righteousness. Investigate. What programs am I running? Consciousness is the programs that it is running. Once you integrate, you feel very, very whole. And just like we started, what is consciousness / gravity? What are programs / quanta? One entangled observer simulating.
And what programs are running? How do I recode? Pretty good start. Took about a little over 5 hours with some breaks for, let's see, how many notes did we get through? About 40. Okay, well that was what I expected-ish. I thought we would get through about 50 notes in a session, a pretty long session, so that'll probably come down to around 10 notes an hour or something like that as I get into the rhythm, you know. So it'll probably be a couple hundred hours of streaming note distillations onto the channel this year, exhausting out all of that and really coming to just the crux of all this, you know, sweet essence of what I is, what you are, you know. And then further turning that into art in video form and video game form, stuff like that. So that's all our plan, which is super exciting. Da, da, da. Also regenerative communities, regenerative energy, food, water, all that good stuff. Deflation of basic needs. So that's what we're up to on the channel. It's fun also just making larger assets like this that can just be tuned into wherever, you know. You can click in, drag over to some period of time and just be like, what the hell's being written on the screen right now? And then click and drag over to a different period of time and then be like, what the hell's written on the screen now? Holy cow, different stuff. Interesting. And then it can also work as a silent piece of content where you're just watching what text is appearing on the screen, because yeah, there was some elaboration on the mic, but really a lot of it boiled down to just what is being seen is really what's being typed. So that way it can work as silent content too. So you can have it up in silence, and then whenever certain things come up that are interesting, or while you're doing other things, and then you can kind of like peek over to that screen and be like, whoa, that's different, that's new, let me reverse a couple seconds, okay, whoa, you know. So it kind of helps out with multitasking. You can look at the note distillations during that too if you want, or, you know, hyper focused, getting through it like a long form podcast that you find interesting. So we have one nice thing about this camera is that it's pan, tilt, zoom, and I can control it, you know, from here, which is cool. But it's not 4K 60 FPS, it's 1080p 60 FPS. So I have a 4K 60 cam that's coming on Friday, so I'll be giving that some tests later over the weekend and whatnot, and then by Wednesday this coming week, which I think I said was the 22nd, is when we'll do another digital metaphysics session with the whiteboard, covering one of the core concepts, like really core concepts. Like if you're really looking for core concepts, like digital metaphysics right now is like the corest of the concepts and the best visualizations. Like here you get text, and text is nice, but on digital metaphysics with the whiteboard you get the full creative art and symbols and visualizations and drawing those, and the, you know, it hits your eyes and mind and consciousness differently. So keep an eye for that. And then also I'm using this ultra wide monitor and graphics card for being able to edit in Premiere better these core concepts, but boiled down into like modern videos that make it easier for the culture to like click on and look at and be like, what the hell's that? You know, like I've talked about it, like what is money? What happens to that when it's regenerative? You know, how to heal? How do I hold space? Ooh, interesting. You know, what is consciousness? How does that have to do with infinite simulation? Ooh, interesting. And gravity and quanta, holy cow. So it'll be interesting to make more content that's a little bit, you know, faster paced and visual in longer form timelines with music and with things that are blurred out that you have to listen to later to get the exact context of. But that was like really intriguing for you to click into and want to watch. So each one of these has a different feel. You know, these note distillations have a different feel. The digital metaphysics sessions have a different feel. The punchier, shorter, visually heavy videos that are edited out of Premiere are also, you know, they all have a different feel to them. But expect stuff like that on the channel this year, you know, which is super exciting. Hopefully we'll build a model regenerative home this year also and have that be a beacon of what people can build as regenerative homes outside their cities that they live in or near where they grew up or wherever they want to build in the US. And also a video game that we're working on, Choices. Hopefully we can get the version 1 of that made in Unreal Engine to be exported out to phones and video game consoles and computers. A very simple version of that first game of where you're going to be interacting with dramas and dilemmas and making choices, either holding holistic space or choosing factions, and then that directly feedback looping onto the reality scape that you live in. And later on, the regenerative homes themselves will have these sort of simulation pods in them, these full dive VR things. So more and more it will be like waves and waves of people slowly going full time into these simulated worlds, and then people from the previous layer watching them, and that giving you insight into what reality is. And fascinating stuff. Yeah, thanks for tuning in the live chat. Totally. It's exactly that. It's just hearing science, spirituality, AI, metaphysics, physics, all of this, but merged together as a single thing. Consciousness, gravity, and infinite simulator. Like all of it merged as a single thing in the modern age is just exactly what is holding the anchor of the singularity itself. Because everything else is fractured out. Oh, you know, segregated spirituality, segregated science, segregated simulations and AI, segregated gravity, segregated physics, segregated consciousness, segregated quantum mechanics, segregated programs. Everything's just so segregated. And if you just bring all of those things together into a single point that originates everything, voila, you get yourself. Ding 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 ding. All right. Thanks for tuning in. Much love. I'll have the link to this in the description, so you can go and comment or repurpose it however you wish. And thanks everyone for tuning in on the live chat. And always fun to see the community that way. If you catch this live, jump in there. We can play there. And feel free to leave comments below. Share it if there was resonance also. Feel free to, again, just cut out segments. Use them however you want. All Creative Commons, all decentralized with love. All right. Bye, fam. Mm-mm-mm.